The kitchen at the Burrow had always woken before the rest of the house. This morning was no different. In the soft darkness before dawn, when even the garden gnomes were still tucked in their holes and the ghoul in the attic had finally ceased its restless banging, Molly Weasley stood at her familiar wooden counter, hands already dusted with flour, and began. The old clock on the wall ticked steadily, its 9 hands pointing not to mortal peril or traveling or any of the locations that had made her heart clench during those long, terrible years, but all, every single one, resting peacefully on home. She glanced at it, as she always did, and felt the tightness in her chest ease just a fraction. Home. They were all home. Well, nearly all. The thought came and went like a familiar guest, acknowledged but not dwelled upon. There would be time for remembering later, time for the candle she'd light and the chair she'd leave empty with intention rather than absence. For now, there was work to do, and Molly Weasley had always found comfort in work. She pulled down the largest mixing bowl, the blue one with the chip on the rim where Ron had accidentally struck it with a toy broomstick when he was 4, and began measuring flour. Her hands moved with the practiced certainty of decades. 3 cups for the pie crust, a pinch of salt, a whisper of a preservation charm to keep the butter cold as she cut it in. The pastry would be perfect. It always was. Around her, the kitchen began its own gentle waking. The enchanted dishcloth stirred lazily in its basin. The oven, sensing her intentions, started warming itself with a low, contented rumble. The spice rack reorganized itself helpfully, bringing cinnamon and nutmeg to the front. Even the tea kettle seemed to sit up straighter on the stove, ready to serve. Molly smiled. The Burrow had always been like this, aware somehow of what was needed. She'd never questioned it, any more than she questioned why the stairs added extra steps when you were carrying something heavy, or why the windows always seemed to open just when the kitchen got too warm. The house knew its family. The house cared. She rolled out the first pie crust, the rolling pin moving in steady, rhythmic sweeps, back and forth, back and forth. The motion was meditative, allowing her mind to drift. Christmas at the Burrow. How many had there been? She'd lost count somewhere between Charlie's first year at Hogwarts and Ginny's last, the years blending together in a warm haze of wrapping paper and treacle tart and children's laughter echoing off the crooked walls. But some Christmases stood out sharper than others. The Christmas when Arthur had been attacked by that dreadful snake, the sterile smell of St. Mungo's, the fear that had tasted like copper in her mouth, the way her hands had shaken as she'd tried to wrap presents in the hospital corridor, determined that her children would still have Christmas morning even if their father. But he'd come home. Arthur had come home. The Christmas during the war, when they'd all been scattered, when she'd cooked for ghosts and maybes, setting places at the table for children who might not return, when every knock at the door had sent her wand hand twitching, every owl in the sky a potential harbinger of the worst news, when the clock hands had trembled between mortal peril and lost, and she'd bargained with magic itself. Take anything, take everything, just bring them home. And they had come home. Not all of them, never all of them, but enough to rebuild, enough to remember, enough to make the Burrow feel full again, even with the empty spaces. Molly blinked hard, realized her hands had stilled on the rolling pin, and forced herself back into motion. The pastry was ready. She lifted it carefully, draped it over the pie dish, and began crimping the edges with her thumb. The pattern emerged automatically, the same scalloped edge her own mother had taught her, and her mother's mother before that. Some magics, she thought, had nothing to do with wands. She reached for the bowl of apples she'd prepared last night, Granny Smith's from the orchard, each one peeled and sliced with a charm that kept them from browning. The scent rose up as she tumbled them into the crust, tart and sweet and unmistakably Christmas. Cinnamon and nutmeg followed, a scatter of sugar, a few dots of butter. Her wand traced a gentle heating charm over the fruit, just enough to start the juices flowing. As she worked, the first hints of dawn began creeping through the kitchen window. The sky lightened from black to deep blue, to that particular shade of grey-pink that meant snow was coming. Good. It wouldn't be a proper Christmas without snow. And the children, well, they weren't children anymore, were they? But they'd always be children to her, would want to have snowball fights in the orchard after dinner. The second pie came together more quickly. Mincemeat, rich and dark, studded with currants and citrus peel. This had been Fred's favourite. Every year, without fail, he'd eaten at least 3 slices, usually stealing the first piece while it was still too hot, burning his tongue and grinning through the pain. "Worth it, Mum," he'd say, winking. "Totally worth it." Her hands paused again, this time deliberately. She looked down at the mincemeat pie, at the careful lattice work she'd woven across its top, and allowed herself a moment, just one, to remember the boy with the bright eyes and the dangerous grin, the one who'd turned her hair grey with his pranks and her heart gold with his laughter, to acknowledge that he wouldn't burst through the kitchen door this morning, trailing snow and mischief, demanding breakfast and plotting chaos. "You'd have loved this," she whispered to the pie, to the empty kitchen, to the son who existed now only in memory, and in the brother who carried his face. "Everyone's coming home, darling, everyone who can." The tea kettle whistled softly, a gentle interruption. Molly straightened her shoulders, wiped her eyes with the corner of her apron, and slipped both pies into the oven. The preservation charms would keep them perfect until this evening. For now, there was tea to make, and if she knew her husband, and after all these years she did, he'd be awake soon, drawn downstairs by the scent of baking and the knowledge that his wife needed quiet company. She was proven right. Less than 10 minutes later, Arthur Weasley shuffled into the kitchen in his dressing gown and slippers, his hair sticking up in directions that defied both magic and reason, and went straight to his wife. He wrapped his arms around her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, and they stood there for a long moment, swaying slightly, breathing together. "Couldn't sleep?" he asked quietly. "Didn't want to," Molly replied. "Too much to do. And anyway, I wanted to start early, before the chaos." "There will definitely be chaos," Arthur agreed, smiling. She could hear it in his voice. "Hermione's bringing those enchanted crackers from Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, the ones that George says are mostly safe for indoor use. Oh, Merlin help us." And Luna mentioned something about dirigible plums. Of course she did. They stood together, comfortable in the silence, as the kitchen continued waking around them. The enchanted clock chimed 5 times, soft and melodious. Outside, the first birds began their tentative morning songs. The sky grew lighter still, pearl grey now, luminous with the promise of snow. "Everyone's really coming?" Molly asked, her voice smaller than she'd intended. Arthur tightened his arms around her. Everyone. Bill and Fleur are port keying in around noon. Charlie's already sent word that his dragon delivery was successful. No singed eyebrows this time. And he'll be here by lunch. Percy's bringing his new girlfriend, if you can believe it. I'll believe it when I see her survive one of George's improved crackers. Fair point. Ron and Hermione are apparating in this morning. Hermione wants to help cook, she said, though we both know what that means. Supervision and gentle corrections, Molly said, but she was smiling. Hermione's earnest desire to help, combined with her complete lack of natural cooking instinct, had become a family joke, a warm one. Ginny's staying over, obviously, since she's been here since yesterday. Harry's coming with her. I think they want to announce something, Molly. I saw the way he was looking at her, and the way she was trying not to grin. Molly's heart did a complicated flip. Oh. Oh, indeed. Arthur kissed the top of her head. But we'll pretend to be surprised, won't we? We'll pretend beautifully. Arthur released her finally, moving to pour them both tea. He knew exactly how she took it. Milk, no sugar, in the chipped cup with the faded roses that had been her mother's. Some things, after 41 years of marriage, became instinct. They sat at the kitchen table, the same table where they'd fed 7 children breakfast countless times, where they'd received ministry owls and Hogwarts letters and news both wonderful and terrible. The wood was scarred with use, marked with the initials Bill had carved when he was 7 and been thoroughly scolded for, with the burn mark from one of Fred and George's early experiments, with the water rings from thousands of cups of tea. This Christmas feels different, Molly said, wrapping her hands around her cup. Doesn't it? Arthur considered, his face serious in the growing light. It does. I think it's the first one where we're not still healing. We're healed. Or healed enough, at least. Healed enough to truly celebrate. It's been 7 years. 7 years yesterday, actually. December 20th, 1998. The day the ministry officially declared the war over. I remember because I had to file the paperwork. He smiled, that gentle, slightly sad smile that meant he was thinking of those they'd lost. 7 years. Feels like yesterday and forever ago at the same time. Molly nodded. She understood exactly what he meant. The war years had a strange quality to them in memory, simultaneously compressed and extended, as though time itself had been damaged and never quite healed properly. But the years since, those had moved differently, slower, fuller, each one heavy with rebuilding and remembering and learning to laugh again. I'm glad everyone's coming, she said finally. I'm glad the house will be full. I'm glad we can do this. Have people here. Make too much food. Fill every chair and then conjure more. I'm glad we can again. So am I, my dear. So am I. They finished their tea in comfortable silence as the kitchen filled with the warm, sweet scent of baking pies. The sky outside shifted to a lighter grey, and the first snowflakes began to fall, tentative at first, then with more confidence, dusting the orchard in white. Molly stood, energized now, ready to continue. There were potatoes to peel, mountains of them, a turkey to prepare. She'd already arranged for Errol to collect it from the butcher in the village. The owl was old, but still reliable for local deliveries. Vegetables to chop, puddings to set steaming, rolls to proof, gravies to perfect. Arthur, recognizing the shift in her energy, stood as well. What can I do? Check the outdoor enchantments. Make sure the garden is ready for guests. The lights need to be tested, and I want the snow warming charms up around the seating areas so people can be outside without freezing. Oh, and see if you can convince the gnomes to stay in their holes until after dinner. Bribe them if you must. Gnome negotiation, my specialty. Arthur kissed her cheek and headed for the door, then paused. Molly? Yes, dear. This is going to be wonderful. You know that, don't you? It's going to be exactly what we all need. She smiled at him, her Arthur, who'd never lost his ability to see magic in the ordinary, wonder in the everyday. I know. Now go wrangle the gnomes before they organize. He left chuckling, and Molly turned back to her kitchen, her domain, her place of power. The pies were baking beautifully. The clock showed everyone safe. The snow was falling with festive precision, and somewhere upstairs she could hear the first stirrings of the house waking, a creak of floorboards, the groan of pipes, the distant sound of George's wireless turning on. The Burrow was coming alive. Molly Weasley, matriarch and master of controlled chaos, rolled up her sleeves and began her Christmas preparations in earnest. This year, she promised herself, as she attacked a pile of potatoes with her peeling charm, this year would be perfect. Not because everything would go according to plan. With her family, nothing ever did. But because everyone who could be here would be here. And that, she thought, as the first pie dinged its readiness, and the house filled with the scent of apples and cinnamon and home, that was its own kind of magic, the kind that couldn't be taught or learned, only lived, the kind worth waking early for. Outside, dawn broke fully over the Burrow, painting the snow-covered orchard in shades of gold and rose. The crooked house stood against the winter sky like a promise kept, its windows beginning to glow with light and life, smoke curling from its chimney in cheerful spirals. Inside, Molly hummed as she worked, an old carol, half remembered, and the kitchen hummed with her. It was going to be a good Christmas. It was going to be a homecoming. By mid-morning, the Burrow had transformed from sleepy to chaotic in the particular way that only the Weasley household could manage. George stood halfway up a ladder that shouldn't have been able to lean against the crooked wall at the angle it did, wrestling with a strand of fairy lights that had apparently developed opinions about where they wanted to be hung. The lights sparkled stubbornly in his hands, trying to drift toward the window instead of the door frame where he was attempting to secure them. "Oh, come off it," he muttered, giving them a firm shake. "You're fairy lights, not actual fairies. You don't get to choose." The lights dimmed sulkily, but allowed themselves to be tacked into place. George stepped back, still on the ladder, which swayed alarmingly, and surveyed his work. The doorway between the kitchen and sitting room now glowed with soft golden light, each tiny bulb pulsing gently like a miniature heartbeat. He'd done this before, strung lights in this exact doorway, in fact, though it had been years ago. He and Fred had enchanted them to flash in rhythm with Christmas carols, had programmed them to spell out rude messages when their brothers walked underneath, had once, memorably, convinced Ron that they were carnivorous, and watched their younger brother refuse to enter the kitchen for an entire afternoon. The memory didn't hurt the sea way it once had. The sharp edges had worn smooth with time, with repetition, with the gentle work of continuing to live. Now it just was. A fact. Fred had been here, laughing, his fingers quick with enchantments and mischief. Now George was here alone, still laughing occasionally, his fingers perhaps not quite as quick but steady enough. He climbed down carefully, vanished the ladder with a flick of his wand, and reached for the next decoration box. "Those look lovely, dear," Molly called from the kitchen, where she'd progressed from pies to an intimidating mountain of potatoes. "Not too flashy." "Mum, it's Christmas. There's no such thing as too flashy." "That's what you said about the gnome incident of '94. And we were finding glitter in the orchard for months." George grinned. "That was Fred's idea." "Everything was Fred's idea, according to you." "Well, he's not here to defend himself, is he? I can blame him for whatever I like." The words came out easier than they once would have. Molly glanced over, saw the expression on her son's face, fond rather than broken, and allowed herself a small, relieved smile. 7 years. 7 years of watching George learn to carry his twin's absence without being crushed by it. 7 years of healing happening in tiny increments, setbacks and breakthroughs, until here he stood, making jokes about blame and hanging Christmas lights with steady hands. "Well, don't make them spell anything inappropriate," she said, turning back to her potatoes. "We have guests coming, and I won't have Hermione's parents scandalized before they even arrive." George's eyebrows shot up. "The Grangers are coming?" "They are. Hermione finally convinced them. Something about cultural exchange and seeing where Ron grew up. Though I suspect she just wanted her parents to experience a proper wizarding Christmas." "Brilliant. I'll make sure the lights are extremely well behaved then." George paused, considering. "Or at least moderately well behaved. I have a reputation to maintain." The front door burst open, bringing with it a gust of cold air and Ron's voice. "Mum, we're here, and we brought Hermione. Watch that step. It's..." "I see it, Ron." "Right, you see it. Anyway, we brought supplies." Ron appeared in the kitchen doorway, his ears already red from the cold, his arms laden with bags that clinked suspiciously. Hermione followed, more carefully navigating the Burrow's irregular floor, her own arms full of wrapped packages and what appeared to be several books. "Of course you brought books," George observed. "It's Christmas, Hermione. Time for frivolity, not academia." "These are Christmas books," Hermione said with dignity, setting them on the counter. "Historical texts about Yuletide traditions in the wizarding world. I thought we could incorporate some authentic period practices." "We're not wassailing the apple trees again," Molly interrupted firmly. "Last time you tried that, the trees got drunk on the mead and wouldn't stop singing for a week." "That was one time. One very loud time." Ron, who had successfully deposited his bags and was now raiding the biscuit tin, spoke through a mouthful of ginger nut. She also brought organizational charts for the seating arrangements. "They're just suggestions," Hermione protested, but her hand moved instinctively toward her bag, where, yes, George could see the corner of what was definitely a color-coded diagram. "Hermione, dear," Molly said, her voice warm with affection. "We love you dearly, but if you try to assign seats at Christmas dinner, I will hex your charts into confetti. But optimal conversation flow will happen naturally, like it always does. Now, if you truly want to help, you can start wrapping that garland around the staircase. Ron, stop eating all the biscuits. Those are for guests. And George, are those lights going to behave themselves?" A chorus of "Yes, Mum" echoed through the kitchen, that particular blend of obedience and mild rebellion that characterized all Weasley children, regardless of age. They dispersed to their tasks. Ron, biscuits successfully consumed, joined George with the decorations. Hermione, organizational charts reluctantly stowed, began charming Holly to weave itself through the stair railings. The plant obliged beautifully, its bright red berries gleaming against dark green leaves, winding upward in a spiral that somehow accommodated the Burrow's structural eccentricities. "It's good to be back," Hermione said softly, more to herself than anyone else, as she watched the holly work. "I know we were here just last month for Sunday dinner, but Christmas is different. It feels like coming home properly." Molly, who had absolutely heard this despite being elbow-deep in potato peeling, felt her throat tighten. She said nothing, just smiled to herself and continued working. The morning progressed in comfortable productivity. Arthur returned from the garden, reporting successful negotiations with the gnomes. "I promised them the leftover mince pie filling, and they've agreed to stay underground until Boxing Day," and immediately got roped into helping Ron hang the higher decorations that even magic made precarious in the Burrow's towering, tilting structure. Ginny emerged from upstairs, hair still damp from the shower, and commandeered the sitting room for what she called aesthetic coordination. This involved rearranging furniture, adjusting picture frames, and enchanting the fire to burn in seasonally appropriate shades of gold and crimson. "The flames are supposed to be orange," Ron pointed out from his position near the ceiling, where he was attempting to secure a bunch of enchanted mistletoe that kept trying to migrate toward Hermione. "Orange is boring. This is festive. Fire is literally meant to be orange. That's what fire looks like. Not on Christmas, it isn't." The mistletoe, sensing its opportunity during this sibling debate, made a break for it and zipped across the room to hover directly above Hermione's head. She looked up, saw it, and rolled her eyes. "Really, Ron? Did you enchant it to follow me?" "I absolutely did not," Ron said, but he was grinning, though I'm not complaining about the result. He climbed down from his ladder, crossed to where Hermione stood tangled in holly, and kissed her soundly. The mistletoe above them glowed with satisfaction. "Gross," Ginny announced cheerfully. "Do that somewhere else. I'm trying to create ambience." "You literally enchanted the mistletoe to do this," Hermione protested. "Did I?" Ginny's expression was pure innocence. "Can't imagine how that happened." George, watching this exchange while attempting to convince a string of silver tinsel to drape itself properly along the mantelpiece, felt a complicated swell of emotion. Warmth, certainly. Amusement. But also a strange, bittersweet awareness that he was watching his siblings be happy, properly, completely happy, in a way they hadn't been for years. Ron was kissing Hermione under accidentally on purpose mistletoe. Ginny was bossing everyone around with the absolute confidence of the baby of the family. His parents were working together in easy synchronization in the kitchen. The burrow was filling with noise and magic and the particular chaos that meant family. And Fred wasn't here to see it. The thought came and settled, heavy but not crushing. Just there, a truth that coexisted with the happiness, neither cancelling out the other. "You all right?" Ginny had appeared at his elbow, her voice low enough that only he could hear. George blinked, realized he'd been standing still for too long, and summoned a smile. "Yeah, just thinking. About how Fred would have definitely enchanted that mistletoe to follow Ron around all day, not Hermione. Can you imagine? Ron trying to have a normal conversation with Dad, and the mistletoe just hovering ominously above him the whole time. Ginny laughed, the sound bright and genuine. He absolutely would have. Remember when he charmed all of Ron's clothes to sing love songs? Ron couldn't get dressed for a week without his socks serenading him. Mum was so angry. She was trying not to laugh, though. I saw her. They stood together for a moment, brother and sister, remembering. Then Ginny bumped his shoulder gently. He'd be pleased, you know, about all this, about us being here, being happy, making the house look ridiculous with decorations. Completely ridiculous, George agreed, looking around at the riot of colour and light and magical excess that was emerging. He'd approve entirely. A loud crash from upstairs made everyone jump. "Sorry," came a muffled shout. The ghoul knocked over the "Never mind, I've got it." "That'll be the good china," Molly sighed, but she didn't sound particularly upset. The ghoul had been wreaking havoc in the Burrow's attic for decades. It was practically a Christmas tradition at this point. The morning wore on. Gradually, the house transformed. Fairy lights traced every doorframe and window. Holly and ivy wrapped around banisters and climbed the walls. The Christmas tree, a slightly lopsided fir that Arthur had cut from the edge of the orchard and levitated inside, stood in the corner of the sitting room, waiting to be decorated properly. It was while they were gathering around this tree, boxes of ornaments spread out on the floor like treasures, that Ginny made the discovery. "What's this?" she asked, pulling out a package from beneath the lowest branches. "I don't remember anyone putting presents under the tree yet." Everyone paused. The package was beautifully wrapped, silver paper that seemed to shift colors in the light, tied with ribbon that might have been spun from actual starlight. It was about the size of a shoebox, neither particularly heavy nor particularly light. Most curiously, the tag attached to it bore no name, just a single word in elegant, flowing script. "Welcome." "I didn't put that there," Molly said, wiping her hands on her apron as she came to investigate. "Arthur? Not guilty, though it's lovely wrapping." "Maybe it's from Bill," Ron suggested. "You said he's arriving soon." "Bill's presents are still at Shell Cottage," Hermione said, frowning at the package with the particular intensity she reserved for puzzles. "He sent an owl yesterday confirming he'd bring them when he portkeyed in." George picked up the package, turning it over in his hands. The wrapping paper felt expensive, the ribbon cool and smooth. But there was something else, a faint magical signature, warm and gentle, that reminded him of what? He couldn't quite place it. "Well, should we open it?" Ginny asked. "Absolutely not," Molly said immediately. "We don't open unidentified magical packages. That's rule number 1 of surviving the wizarding world." "But it just says, 'Welcome,'" Ron pointed out. "That's pretty benign." Mad-Eye Moody's last words were probably, "That looks benign," Hermione muttered. Actually, his last words were likely constant vigilance, but point taken. They stood in a circle around the mysterious present, all of them aware that Hermione and Molly were right to be cautious, but all of them also intensely curious. It was Ginny who finally voiced what they were all thinking. "It feels friendly, doesn't it? The magic in it feels warm." Arthur knelt down, drawing his wand and casting a series of detection spells. Blue light washed over the package, then gold, then silver. Each spell reported the same thing. No curses, no hexes, no harmful enchantments detected. Just what appeared to be a fairly complex charm designed to deliver something at the right time? It's on a timer of some kind, Arthur said slowly. Or rather, it's keyed to respond to certain conditions. But the magic is, it's strange, familiar but unusual, protective rather than harmful. So we can open it? Ron asked hopefully. Let's leave it for now, Molly decided. If it's meant to be opened, it'll make itself clear. In the meantime, we have a tree to decorate and about 15 more things to prepare before people start arriving. Reluctantly, they returned to their tasks, though everyone kept glancing at the mysterious present. It sat beneath the tree, looking perfectly innocent and thoroughly intriguing. The ornaments came out one by one, each with its own history. The star Bill had made in his first year at Hogwarts, slightly lopsided but still proudly displayed. The glass dragons Charlie had sent from Romania, each one breathing tiny puffs of coloured smoke. Percy's meticulously labelled baubles, organised by year and colour scheme. The set of tiny broomsticks that Fred and George had enchanted to actually fly around the tree. Molly had to threaten confiscation before they agreed to a slow, dignified orbit. Ron's collection of Quidditch ornaments, including a snitch that kept trying to hide among the branches. Ginny's handmade decorations from childhood, slightly shabby but beloved, and new ones too. Ornaments from Harry, from Hermione, from friends who'd become family. Each one added carefully, finding its place among the branches. "It's a good tree," George announced when they'd finished, stepping back to admire their work. The fairy lights twinkled, the ornaments gleamed, and the star at the top shone with gentle radiance. "It's perfect," Molly corrected, appearing with mugs of hot chocolate for everyone. Just like every year. They gathered around it, cradling their warm mugs, and for a moment the burrow was quiet except for the crackle of Ginny's colourful fire and the soft hum of magical decorations settling into place. Then the mysterious present beneath the tree began to glow. Just faintly, just for a moment. A soft pulse of warm light that seemed to acknowledge their attention. The tag fluttered, and when Ginny bent to look at it more closely, she gasped. The word welcome had changed. Now, in that same elegant script, it read, "For Molly." "Mum," Ginny breathed, "it's for you." Molly set down her hot chocolate, her hands suddenly trembling. She approached the present slowly, as though it might vanish if she moved too quickly. Everyone else hung back, watching, as she knelt and picked it up. The package felt warm in her hands, almost alive. The magic in it pulsed gently. And yes, Ginny had been right. It felt friendly. It felt like home. But before she could even begin to unwrap it, the silver paper rippled, the ribbon untied itself with a flourish, and the package simply opened. Inside was nothing. The box was empty. But as Molly peered into it, confused, a voice echoed out, not a recorded voice, but something warmer, more immediate. Arthur's voice from years ago saying words she remembered. "You're the heart of this family, Molly. You know that, don't you?" The box closed itself gently. The wrapping reformed. And when they all looked again, the present had moved. It was now sitting on the mantelpiece, and the tag had changed once more. Now it read, "For Arthur." They stared at it, then at each other, and George began to laugh, surprised, delighted, genuinely amused in a way he hadn't been in longer than he could remember. "Oh," he said. "Oh, this is going to be interesting." Outside, snow continued to fall, soft and steady. Inside the burrow, surrounded by family and magic and mystery, Christmas preparations continued with renewed energy and mounting curiosity. The mysterious present sat on the mantelpiece, glowing faintly, waiting for its next moment. And the day was still young. The first guests arrived just before noon, announced by the distinctive pop of apparition and Luna Lovegood's dreamy voice calling out, "Hello, the Burrow. I've brought dirigible plums and also some things that are actually edible." Hermione, who had been helping Molly charm the turkey, or rather, watching Molly charm the turkey while taking detailed notes, laughed and hurried to the door. Luna stood in the snow-dusted garden, her blonde hair decorated with what appeared to be tinsel, her robes a cheerful shade of purple that clashed magnificently with everything around her. In her arms, she carried a somewhat battered tin and a small potted plant that was definitely not a dirigible plum tree, though it was difficult to say what it actually was. "Luna," Hermione pulled her into a hug, careful not to disturb the plant. "You look wonderful. Is that tinsel in your hair?" "It is. I enchanted it to hum Christmas carols when I'm happy, but it's been humming almost constantly since I woke up, so I might need to adjust the sensitivity." Luna stepped into the Burrow's warmth, immediately greeted by the scent of baking and the cheerful chaos of magical decorations sorting themselves. "Oh, this is lovely. The house feels very welcoming today." "That's one word for it," George said, appearing from the sitting room with cobwebs in his hair. Apparently, the ghoul had expanded its reign of terror to include the lower floors. "What have you brought us, Luna?" "Biscuits that my father and I made. Some of them are experimental, so I've marked those with blue icing. They're perfectly safe, just surprising. And this," she held up the potted plant, "is a flutterbloom. It produces flowers that turn into butterflies at midnight on Christmas Eve. I thought you could put it in the sitting room." "That sounds beautiful," Molly said, emerging from the kitchen to greet their guest. She took the tin of biscuits, wisely avoiding the blue-iced ones for now, and pulled Luna into a warm embrace. "We're so glad you're here, dear. Arthur's in the garden if you want to say hello. He's attempting to convince the apple trees to produce cider on demand." "That won't work," Luna said matter-of-factly. "Apple trees are very particular about their fermentation schedules, but I'll go help him anyway. He might need someone to explain it in terms the trees will understand." She drifted off toward the garden, the tinsel in her hair humming a cheerful rendition of "God Rest Ye Merry Hippogriffs," and Hermione shook her head fondly. "I've missed her," she said to no one in particular. "She was here 3 days ago for tea," Ron pointed out, descending the stairs with a box of napkins that Molly had sent him to fetch. "Yes, and I've missed her for 3 entire days. That's how missing people works, Ron." Before Ron could formulate a response, another arrival interrupted. This time, the green flames in the fireplace flared, and Neville Longbottom stumbled out, somehow managing to look both taller and more perpetually rumpled than the last time they'd seen him. He was followed, more gracefully, by Professor Sprout, who emerged from the flue with the ease of long practice. "Neville!" Ginny launched herself at him, nearly knocking them both over. "You made it! And Professor Sprout, it's so good to see you. Miss Weasley, or should I say Ginny, now that you're not my student anymore." Pomona Sprout's round face beamed with warmth as she accepted hugs from what felt like half the room at once. "Though I must say, even after retirement, old habits die hard. I keep wanting to assign you all essays on venomous tentacular care." Please don't, Ron said with feeling. I'm still traumatized from the last one. You turned in 3 sentences, Mr. Weasley. 3. That's not an essay. That's a grocery list. It was a very thorough grocery list. Neville, meanwhile, was unloading his contribution from a magically expanded bag. Several pots of plants in full, glorious bloom, despite it being the middle of winter. Christmas roses in deep crimson, enchanted holly that sparkled with genuine frost, and something that looked like a cross between mistletoe and a crystal chandelier. These are winter bloomers from the Hogwarts greenhouses, he explained, his confidence around plants evident in every movement. I thought they might brighten up the house. And this one, he indicated the crystal mistletoe hybrid, produces snowflakes that taste like peppermint, completely harmless, and the kids will love it. Kids? George raised an eyebrow. Who's bringing kids? Well, Teddy, for one, Neville said. And I heard Bill and Fleur's little one is coming. Plus, didn't someone mention that? The fireplace flared green again, interrupting him, and this time a small blur of movement shot out, followed by a child's delighted shriek of, "Grandma Molly!" Teddy Lupin, hair currently a festive shade of holly green, launched himself at Molly with the absolute fearlessness of a 7-year-old who knew he was loved beyond measure. She caught him with practiced ease, spinning him around as he laughed. "Teddy, my goodness, you've grown again. What are they feeding you?" "Everything," Teddy announced proudly. "Grandma Andromeda says I eat enough for 3 boys." Andromeda Tonks emerged from the fireplace with considerably more dignity than her grandson, brushing soot from her elegant robes. Despite the grey in her hair and the lines around her eyes, marks of grief that time had softened but never erased, she looked well, happy even. "Molly, thank you for having us," she said, accepting a warm embrace. "Teddy's been talking about this for weeks. I had to stop him from packing his trunk 3 separate times." "You can't be too prepared," Teddy said seriously, his hair flickering to blue in his excitement. "What if there's a snowball fight? Or carols singing? Or presents? You need different supplies for all of those." "The logic is sound," George agreed, offering Andromeda a hand with her bag. "I like this kid." The burrow, which had felt comfortably full moments ago, suddenly felt even more alive. Teddy immediately attached himself to Ginny, demanding to know where the Christmas tree was and whether he could help decorate. Andromeda joined Molly and Professor Sprout in the kitchen, the 3 women falling into easy conversation about grandchildren and gardening, and how quickly time seemed to move these days. Luna returned from the garden with Arthur, who was covered in apple tree leaves and looking delighted about something. "The trees have agreed to produce cider by tomorrow," he announced. Luna explained the concept of festive acceleration to them, and they were very receptive. "I simply pointed out that Christmas only comes once a year, so rushing the fermentation wouldn't set a bad precedent," Luna said. "Trees are very concerned about precedents." "Of course they are," Hermione murmured, making a mental note to research tree communication protocols later. The next hour brought arrivals in steady, joyful waves. Hagrid ducked through the door. The frame had to expand magically to accommodate him, bearing a basket of rock cakes that everyone would politely avoid, and a bottle of something that he claimed was perfectly safe butterbeer, honest, but which Arthur immediately confiscated for testing purposes. His beetle-black eyes were suspiciously moist, as he looked around at the gathered crowd. "Reminds me of the old days," he said gruffly, accepting a handkerchief from Molly. "When ye all were still at Hogwarts, causing trouble and needing rescuing every other week." "We didn't need rescuing that often," Ron protested. "Literally every year, Ron," Hermione said. "Every single year." "Well, yeah, but not every week." Kingsley Shacklebolt arrived via Portkey, appearing in the garden with his characteristic calm, despite having just travelled through magical transportation. As Minister for Magic, his schedule was demanding, but he'd made it clear that Christmas at the Burrow was non-negotiable. He brought with him several bottles of excellent wine and the news that the ministry would be officially closed for 3 full days. A first in 50 years. But we all deserve a proper rest. Percy arrived with his girlfriend, Audrey, who looked simultaneously nervous and determined as she was introduced to the assembled crowd. She was a sensible-looking woman with kind eyes and an accountant's practical demeanor, and she handled the chaos of meeting the entire Weasley clan with impressive composure. "So you're the one who convinced Percy to take vacation days," George said, shaking her hand. "We're deeply grateful. We didn't think it was possible." "I have my methods," Audrey replied, and there was enough dry humor in her tone that George immediately decided he liked her. Charlie arrived last of the Weasley siblings, smelling faintly of smoke and leather, his forearms covered in new scars that he displayed with pride. "Romanian Longhorn," he explained to anyone who asked. "Completely worth it. She had triplets, which is unheard of, and they're all healthy." The Burrow expanded in the way that magical houses did when needed, rooms stretching and corridors lengthening to accommodate the growing crowd. Conversations overlapped in comfortable cacophony. Kingsley and Arthur discussing ministry reform in the corner, their voices low and serious, but their faces relaxed. Hagrid telling Teddy stories about magical creatures, the boy's hair shifting colours with excitement. Luna and Professor Sprout examining Neville's winter bloomers with professional interest. Percy and Charlie catching up on their respective careers. Audrey listening with genuine interest as Charlie described the intricacies of dragon breeding. Ron and Hermione had been pulled into a Quidditch debate with Ginny and George, something about the Holyhead Harpy's new Seeker strategy, while Andromeda and Molly sat together on the sofa, watching the chaos with a particular contentment of grandmothers who had survived enough to appreciate simple joy. It was during this pleasant tumult that Harry arrived. He came through the flue quietly, almost apologetically, as though trying not to draw attention. Of course, this was Harry Potter, so the attempt was futile. Teddy spotted him immediately and launched across the room with a cry of "Harry!" that stopped all conversation. Harry caught him, staggering slightly under the impact, and Teddy's hair promptly turned jet black with a distinctive messy quality. "Hey, Ted, miss me?" "Obviously. Are you staying for Christmas? Are you? Grandma said you might have Aura stuff, but you're here. So does that mean you're staying? Say yes." "I'm staying," Harry confirmed, and the relief on his face was palpable. He'd been working too hard, Hermione thought. The shadows under his eyes spoke of long hours and difficult cases. But here, in the Burrow's warmth, surrounded by people who loved him, those shadows seemed to lighten. Ginny crossed to him, took his face in her hands, and kissed him thoroughly. Teddy made exaggerated gagging noises. Several people laughed, And Harry looked home. "All right there, Harry?" Arthur asked, clapping him on the shoulder. "Yeah," Harry said softly. "Yeah, I really am." The mysterious present, which had been sitting on the mantelpiece since that morning, chose this moment to make itself known again. It pulsed with warm light, drawing attention, and the tag shimmered. "It's changed again," Teddy announced, peering at it with unabashed curiosity. "It says, 'For Teddy.'" Everyone turned to look. The boy approached the present with wonder, his hair flickering through a rainbow of colors as he picked it up. It was smaller now, they all noticed, perfectly sized for a child's hands. "Should I open it?" Teddy asked, looking to Andromeda for permission. His grandmother exchanged glances with Molly and Arthur, then nodded. "Carefully, darling." Teddy sat cross-legged on the floor, the entire room watching as he unwrapped the silver paper. Inside was a small snow globe, but unlike any snow globe they'd ever seen. Inside the glass, tiny figures moved, a woman with bright pink hair laughing, a man with sandy hair and kind eyes reading a book. They were sitting together in what looked like a cozy living room, and the scene radiated warmth and love. Teddy's hair went still, settling on a soft brown. Is that my mum and dad?" "Yes, sweetheart," Andromeda whispered, her voice thick with emotion. "That's them." The snow globe glowed gently in Teddy's hands. The tiny figures inside waved at him, actually waved, as though they could see him, and Teddy clutched it to his chest, his young face struggling with emotions too big for words. Harry knelt beside him, one hand on the boy's shoulder, saying nothing because there was nothing to say. Some gifts were beyond words. After a moment, the snow globe's magic settled, and Teddy carefully set it aside, not abandoning it, but making room for what came next. Because the present had closed itself again, rewrapped itself in that shimmering silver paper, and moved. Now it sat in Luna's lap, though no one had seen it travel there. The tag read, "For Luna." She opened it with her characteristic calm, and inside found a pair of spectre specs, but not the usual ones from the Quibbler. These were delicate, beautiful, with frames that seemed to capture starlight. When she put them on, she gasped softly. "Oh," she breathed. "Oh, I can see them. The nargles, yes, but also the heliopaths from the kitchen and the raxbirds. There's one circling Percy's head right now, which explains so much. And the house is full of little lights, happy lights, contentment, maybe, or love. They're everywhere." She took off the spectre specs, blinking, and smiled that distant, knowing smile that was uniquely Luna. "Thank you," she said to the present, or to the room, or perhaps to magic itself. The present moved again, and again. Each time, it found someone new, delivered something perfect, not necessarily expensive or grand, but right. Hagrid received a tiny dragon figurine that breathed real fire, no bigger than his thumb, a reminder that magic came in all sizes. Kingsley found a book of poetry that he'd mentioned wanting once, years ago, in a conversation he'd assumed no one remembered. Professor Sprout discovered seeds for a plant she'd been trying to cultivate for decades, thought lost to time. With each opening, the mystery deepened. Who had created this? How did it know what each person needed? And why now, this Christmas specifically? "It's like the house itself is giving gifts," Neville said wonderingly, watching as the present repositioned itself yet again. "Or someone who loved this house very much," Andromeda added quietly, her eyes meeting Molly's across the room. But there was no time to investigate further, because the kitchen timer dinged, and Molly stood with purpose. "Lunch," she announced. "Everyone, please find a seat. The table will expand as needed. We'll eat, we'll rest, and then this evening, the real feast begins." The crowd moved toward the dining area, where indeed the table had stretched to accommodate everyone. The mysterious present sat in the center, now looking decorative and innocent. Its latest recipient, Charlie, who'd received a first edition book on dragon behavior, still marveling at his gift. As they settled in, passing plates and pouring drinks and filling the burrow with laughter and conversation, the snow outside began to fall more heavily. The garden transformed into a winter wonderland, the orchard trees heavy with white, the world outside quiet and peaceful. Inside, there was noise and warmth and magic of the best kind, the kind that came from gathering together, from shared history and present joy, from the simple act of making room for everyone at the table. The mysterious present glowed softly, patient and content, knowing it had more gifts to give before the day was through. And the burrow, in its crooked, magical way, seemed to hum with satisfaction. Christmas was well and truly underway. By the time evening arrived, the burrow had transformed into something from a storybook. Every window glowed with warm light. Fairy lights traced the roofline in golden constellations. The orchard trees stood draped in snow and magic, their branches wrapped in soft illumination that made them look like captured starlight. Inside, the house hummed with anticipation, a low, contented vibration that seemed to emanate from the very walls, as though the burrow itself knew something wonderful was about to happen. And in the heart of it all, stretching impossibly through what should have been 3 separate rooms, but was now one magnificent space, stood the table. It wasn't the Weasley family's usual dining table, the scarred wooden one with initials carved in its surface and memories soaked into every grain. That table had retired to the kitchen, honored but insufficient for tonight's gathering. No, this was something else entirely. A long, elegant expanse that Arthur had borrowed from Hogwarts itself, with Professor McGonagall's permission and a promise to return it undamaged. Though knowing this family, McGonagall had said dryly when granting permission, I expect at least one scorch mark and possibly a mysterious stain that no amount of magic will remove. The table stretched now through the burrow's expanded dining space, its dark wood polished to a gleam, set with mismatched china that somehow looked intentional. Plates from different generations of Weasleys, teacups from Muriel's collection, borrowed without her knowledge, but what she didn't know wouldn't hurt her. Crystal glasses that caught the candlelight and threw rainbow fractals across the ceiling. Molly stood at the head of it, surveying her work with the critical eye of a general before battle. Everything had to be perfect, not because perfection mattered in the grand scheme of things, but because this was her art form. This was how she showed love. The turkey's resting, she murmured to herself, mentally checking her list. Potatoes are keeping warm under the heating charm. Brussels sprouts are done. Thank Merlin, those always take longer than they should. Gravy's thickening. Stuffing's ready. Pies are perfect. Rolls are rising for the second course. Butterbeer's chilled. Wine's breathing. And she'd forgotten the cranberry sauce. How had she forgotten the cranberry sauce? In 41 years of Christmas dinners, she'd never forgotten the... It's right here, Mum. Ginny appeared at her elbow, holding the bowl of sauce that Molly herself had prepared that morning and clearly placed on the counter, specifically so she wouldn't forget it. "You put it exactly where you always do. We're fine. Everything's fine. Breathe." Molly breathed. Then she pulled her daughter into a quick, fierce hug. "Thank you, dear. I don't know what I'd do without you. Probably remember the cranberry sauce yourself, but I'm happy to help." Ginny grinned, setting the bowl in its designated place on the table. "Seriously though, Mum, it looks incredible. This whole thing, it's magical." And it was. The table gleamed under floating candles that Arthur had charmed to never drip wax. Centerpieces of winter flowers, courtesy of Neville and Professor Sprout, ran down its length, interspersed with crystal bowls of enchanted snow that sparkled but never melted. The mysterious present had positioned itself at the table's center, now looking like a decorative element, its silver wrapping catching and reflecting light until it seemed to glow from within. "Places, everyone!" Arthur's voice carried through the house, warm with authority and excitement. "Dinner is served." They came from every corner of the burrow, from the sitting room where Teddy had been showing off his snow globe to anyone who'd watch, from the garden where Charlie and Hagrid had been having an intense discussion about dragon feeding schedules, from upstairs where Percy and Audrey had been given a tour of the family's organized chaos. Luna floated down wearing her spectre specs, which she claimed made the dinner table look absolutely surrounded by positive energy manifestations. Hermione descended with 2 books under her arm, until Ron gently confiscated them with a reminder that this is a feast, not a library session. Kingsley arrived from the kitchen where he'd been helping Molly with final preparations, his usually formal demeanor softened by butterbeer and good company. Finding seats was a production in itself. Technically, Hermione had prepared charts. Of course she had. But Molly had made good on her threat and vanished them. Instead, people settled organically, drawn to certain positions by invisible threads of affection and history. Arthur took his place at the head of the table, Molly at the foot, positions they'd occupied for decades, anchors of their family. Bill and Fleur sat together, Fleur's blonde hair catching the candlelight like a halo. Charlie sprawled in his chair with the ease of someone who spent most of his life outdoors. Percy sat carefully beside Audrey, their hands linked under the table in a gesture he thought was subtle, but which everyone noticed and collectively chose not to tease him about. Yet, George positioned himself between Ron and Ginny, claiming he needed maximum sibling buffer against sentiment. Ron pulled Hermione close on his other side, while Harry took the seat next to Ginny, their fingers intertwining as naturally as breathing. Luna sat beside Hermione, still wearing her spectre specs and providing running commentary on the emotional auras she could see. Neville settled next to Luna, comfortable in that friendship that had survived everything from Hogwarts to war to the strange peace of Reconstruction. Professor Sprout beamed at them all with grandmotherly pride, while Andromeda kept Teddy close, the boy practically vibrating with excitement between her and Hagrid. Kingsley took a seat near Arthur, and they immediately fell into quiet conversation about something ministry-related that Arthur promised Molly he wouldn't discuss tonight, but clearly was anyway. The table, which had seemed impossibly long when empty, now felt perfectly sized. Everyone could see everyone else, Conversations could flow up and down its length. It was intimate despite its grandeur. "Before we begin," Arthur said, rising with his glass, "I'd like to say a few words." A hush fell. This was tradition, Arthur's Christmas toast. He'd been giving one every year for as long as any of them could remember, and each one somehow managed to be both deeply sincere and gently humorous. "First," he began, his voice carrying that particular quality it got when emotion threatened to overwhelm him. "Thank you all for being here, for coming home, for bringing friends who become family, for filling this house with exactly what it needs most, which is noise, chaos, and love in equal measure." Soft laughter rippled around the table. "7 years ago," Arthur continued, and now his voice did crack slightly, "I wasn't sure we'd ever have a Christmas like this again. I wasn't sure we'd all be here. I wasn't sure the world would be a place where we could gather without fear, without watching the door, without keeping our wands close and our hearts guarded." Molly reached for his hand across the distance. He held it, even though the table separated them, their magic bridging the gap in a way that made the candles flare brighter. "But we are here," Arthur said. "We survived. We rebuilt. We learned to laugh again, to trust again, to open our doors and welcome people in. And that is its own kind of magic, the kind that doesn't require a wand, the kind that just requires showing up day after day and choosing hope." He raised his glass higher. "To those who are with us, and to those who live on in our hearts, to Fred, whose laughter still echoes in these walls, to Remus and Tonks, whose sun carries their light forward, to all those we've loved and lost, who would want us to feast and sing and celebrate the life they helped protect, and to all of you, my family, my friends, my heart, thank you for being here. Thank you for being you." "To family," everyone chorused, raising their glasses. "To love," Luna added softly. "To really good food," Ron said, earning himself an elbow from Hermione and laughter from everyone else. They drank, and the spell of Arthur's words settled over them, not heavy, but warm, comforting, a reminder of how far they'd come and how much they had to celebrate. And then, because Weasleys could never stay solemn for long, George stood up. "I'd also like to make a toast," he announced, "to Audrey, who has shown remarkable bravery in agreeing to date Percy. We're taking bets on how long it takes before she realizes her mistake. Current odds are—" "George," Molly warned, "extremely favorable for her continuing to make the incomprehensible choice to spend time with our dear brother. Welcome to the madness, Audrey. We promise it gets worse before it gets better." Audrey, to her credit, laughed. "I'm an accountant," she said calmly. "I specialize in making sense of chaos. Percy is practically relaxing by comparison." The table erupted in laughter and applause. Percy turned red but was grinning, and George sat down with a satisfied smirk. "Right then," Molly said, standing now with her wand raised. "Let's eat." With a complex series of wand movements and whispered incantations, she summoned the feast. It came in waves, literally, as platters floated from the kitchen in a choreographed procession that would have made Professor Flitwick proud. First, the turkey, golden and massive, settling at the table's center with a grace that belied its size. Then the sides, roasted potatoes glistening with rosemary and garlic, Brussels sprouts caramelized to perfection, carrots glazed with honey, parsnips roasted until sweet, Yorkshire puddings puffed and proud. Boats of gravy sailed down the table. bowls of stuffing positioned themselves strategically. The cranberry sauce Ginny had rescued took its place of honor. Platters of ham arrived, studded with cloves and glazed with mustard. Dishes of buttered peas, creamed spinach, roasted chestnuts, and about 17 other things that Molly had insisted were absolutely necessary materialized until the table groaned under the weight of abundance. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed, and for once, no one corrected his language. Molly, this is incredible," Kingsley said, and there was genuine awe in his voice. "I've attended state dinners at the ministry that couldn't compare to this." "That's because the ministry cooks with obligation," Molly replied, settling back into her seat with visible satisfaction. "I cook with love. There's a difference." "There absolutely is," Hagrid agreed, already loading his plate with portions that would have fed 3 normal people. "This is what Christmas should taste like." They ate, and oh, did they eat. Plates were filled and refilled. Conversations bubbled up and died down and resurged in different configurations. Teddy demanded to try everything, his face cycling through expressions of delight and occasional disgust. The Brussels sprouts were not a hit, despite Molly's best efforts. Ron and Charlie got into a heated debate about whether dragon meat could theoretically be incorporated into Christmas dinner. "Absolutely not," Molly interjected firmly, "and I don't want to hear another word about it." Hermione and Arthur discussed Muggle Christmas traditions, with Arthur asking questions about "these television specials you mentioned. Do the people inside the box know they're being watched?" Bill and Fleur spoke in low voices, occasionally breaking into French, their heads bent together in that way that suggested private jokes and shared secrets. Percy explained his ministry work to Audrey with surprising passion, and she listened with genuine interest, asking questions that made him light up. Luna told Neville about a plant she'd discovered that only bloomed during lunar eclipses, and he immediately began planning an expedition to find one. Professor Sprout gave them both advice, her expertise offered freely and warmly. Ginny and Harry sat close, their conversation quiet but clearly important. At one point, Harry's hand moved to his pocket, fingers brushing against something small and circular, and Ginny's eyes widened. They exchanged a look, a whole conversation passing between them in silence, and Ginny nodded, just barely. George, watching this from across the table, felt that complicated swell of emotion again. Happiness for his sister, for his best friend, because Harry was that, truly. Bittersweetness that Fred wasn't here to be Harry's best man, which he would have been. Gratitude that life continued, that love persisted, that joy was still possible. The mysterious present, sitting at the table's center, pulsed with light. Everyone paused, noticing. It had changed position, again, now directly in front of George. The tag bore his name in that flowing script that was becoming familiar. "Go on then," Charlie encouraged. "Let's see what the magic box thinks you need." George picked it up slowly. It was heavier now, substantial. He unwrapped it carefully, aware of everyone watching, and inside found a notebook, leather-bound, expensive-looking, completely blank. He stared at it, confused. Everyone else looked equally puzzled. A notebook? That was the perfect gift for him. He wasn't much of a writer, didn't keep a journal, didn't. But then the first page opened itself, and words appeared. Fred's handwriting, unmistakable, messy, filled with forward-slanting enthusiasm. "George, you absolute git. If you're reading this, it means the enchantment worked and you're having a proper Christmas. Good. You deserve it. Now stop being so bloody noble about everything and write down the new product ideas you keep having but not developing because you think they should have been our ideas. They're your ideas now. Make them brilliant. I expect at least 3 new catastrophe-inducing inventions by next Christmas. Love you, you one-eared wonder. F. The words faded, leaving the notebook blank again, ready to be filled. George stared at it for a long moment. The table had gone quiet, everyone understanding the weight of what had just happened. Then he closed the notebook carefully, set it aside, and raised his glass. To Fred, he said simply, his voice steady, who apparently planned ahead for magical gift-giving from beyond the grave, the show-off. To Fred, everyone echoed, and the weight lifted, became bearable, became impossibly something close to joy. The present moved again, and again. Each person who received it found something perfect, not always expected, but always exactly right. Molly discovered a tiny portrait, no bigger than a locket, showing all her children together and happy. Arthur received a Muggle artifact he'd been searching for. A perfectly preserved record player with a note saying, "For the music you've forgotten to play." By the time dessert arrived, pies and puddings and trifles and things that made structural engineering seem simple, everyone had received something from the mysterious present, and everyone had begun to understand what it truly was. "It's not about the objects," Hermione said softly, turning her gift over in her hands, a bookmark with an inscription reminding her that knowing when to close the book is as important as reading it. It's about the intention, the love behind each choice. "Someone made this," Neville agreed. "Someone who knows all of us, who cares about all of us." They looked to Arthur and Molly, questions in their eyes. But before either could respond, the present reformed itself one final time. Larger now, significant. And the tag read simply, "For everyone." Arthur opened it. Inside was a small hourglass, but instead of sand, it contained what looked like captured light, golden and warm, flowing endlessly from top to bottom and back again. "It's a time turner," Hermione breathed, "but not for traveling, for capturing, for remembering," Luna corrected gently. "Look, you can see moments inside the light, small ones, happy ones." And she was right. Within the flowing light, tiny scenes played out. Molly in the kitchen this morning, smiling as she worked. Ron and Hermione's kiss under the mistletoe. Teddy's face when he saw his parents in the snow globe. George's hands, steady and sure, hanging Christmas lights. Every small, perfect moment from the day, captured and preserved. "It's so we never forget," Molly whispered, understanding flooding through her. "So we remember that this, all of this, is the gift, being together, being home." The hourglass glowed in Arthur's hands, and around the table, in the warmth of the Burrow, surrounded by the people they loved most, everyone understood. This was magic, not the kind taught at Hogwarts or codified in ministry regulations. The kind that happened when you gathered the people you loved and made room for joy. The kind that turned a house into a home and a meal into a memory. Outside, snow continued to fall. Inside, the feast continued, and the Burrow hummed with contentment, knowing exactly what it held. The transition from feast to festivity happened gradually, the way dusk surrenders to evening, slowly, then all at once. Plates had been cleared with a series of efficient charms, whisked away to the kitchen where they would wash themselves in steaming soapy water. The table had been reduced back to its normal proportions and shifted to make room in the sitting area. The fire in the hearth, still burning in Ginny's festive crimson and gold, crackled with renewed energy, as though it too was preparing for the next phase of celebration. People migrated naturally toward comfortable positions. The older generation claimed the sofas and armchairs. The younger crowd sprawled on cushions that Molly conjured with practiced ease. Teddy positioned himself directly in front of the fire, his snow globe clutched protectively in his lap, his hair shifting through peaceful shades of blue and silver. Right then, George announced, producing a worn songbook from seemingly nowhere. Who's ready to make some questionable musical decisions? Do we have a choice? Percy asked dryly, but he was smiling. Absolutely not. Weasley Christmas carols are a sacred tradition, and sacred traditions must be honored even, especially when we can't carry a tune to save our lives. Speak for yourself, Fleur said, with Gallic dignity. I have perfect pitch. Which you'll need, Bill warned her, because the rest of us decidedly don't. They began with the traditional ones, the carols that every wizarding child learned at Hogwarts. Hermione's clear soprano led them through Cauldron Full of Hot, Strong Love, her voice soaring over everyone else's enthusiastic but significantly less melodic contributions. Luna hummed harmony in thirds, occasionally drifting into what might have been a completely different song, but somehow made it work. Ron murdered the rhythm spectacularly, clapping on beats that didn't exist. Arthur sang with more enthusiasm than accuracy. Molly's voice wavered with emotion on certain verses, particularly the ones about home and family and finding light in darkness. They were midway through the 12 days of Durmstrang when the interruption began. From upstairs came a rhythmic banging, thump, 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 crash, that coincided with absolutely nothing in the musical arrangement. "What is that?" Audrey asked, looking alarmed. "The ghoul," half the Weasleys answered simultaneously. "It lives in the attic," Ron explained. "Has done for decades. Usually it just bangs around, but apparently it's decided to provide percussion tonight. Crash, bang, thump, thump, thump. Enthusiastic percussion," Harry amended. They tried to continue. Hermione valiantly led them into the next verse. "On the 6th day of Durmstrang, my true love gave to me 6 trolls a smashing." But the ghoul had found its rhythm now, or rather, it had found a rhythm that bore no relationship to their rhythm, but which it was committed to maintaining regardless. Thump, crash, bang, bang, thump. 5 cursed rings. Thump. 4 runespores hissing. Crash, bang, crash. 3 French hens. Wait, that's the Muggle version. 3 whoopers singing. Thump, crash, bang, thump, thump. By the time they reached "and a phoenix in an oak tree," everyone was laughing too hard to sing properly. The ghoul, sensing victory, delivered a final triumphant crash and fell silent. "Well," Professor Sprout said, wiping tears of mirth from her eyes, "that was certainly unique." "The ghoul's never been much for harmony," Arthur agreed. "Strong opinions about tempo, though." "Should we try another?" Neville suggested hopefully. They did. "God rest ye merry hippogriffs" went somewhat better, possibly because the ghoul had exhausted itself and was taking a rest. Ginny's voice blended beautifully with Hermione's on the chorus, and for a few verses they actually sounded rather good. Then Teddy, who had been sitting quietly until now, suddenly stood up. Can we do Odo the hero? He asked, his hair brightening to an excited orange. Please, I know all the words, and I can do the wand sparks for the dragon part. Andromeda opened her mouth, probably to suggest that wand sparks indoors were not the best idea, but Molly beat her to it. Of course we can, darling, but perhaps save the wand sparks for the garden later. The curtains are rather flammable. Teddy's face fell only slightly, then brightened again with a compromise. Can I at least act it out? Absolutely. What followed was possibly the most enthusiastic, if least accurate, performance of Odo the hero in wizarding history. Teddy threw himself into the role with complete abandon, wielding an imaginary sword, a cushion, battling an imaginary dragon, the coffee table, and rescuing an imaginary princess, Luna, who played along with solemn grace. The adults sang the verses while Teddy mimed the action with increasing drama. When they reached the part where Odo defeats the dragon, Teddy leapt onto the sofa, thrust his cushion sword skyward, and shouted, "For honor," with such conviction that several people applauded. Charlie, tears streaming down his face from laughing, managed to gasp out, That's not even how you'd fight a dragon, mate. You'd want to go for the soft scales under the—" "Charlie," Molly warned. "Let the boy have his moment." "For honor," Teddy repeated, in case anyone had missed it the first time. By the time they finished, with Odo victorious and the imaginary princess rescued, everyone was breathless with laughter. Teddy took several elaborate bows, his hair cycling through victorious shades of gold and scarlet, basking in the applause. "Encore," George called out. "Absolutely not," Andromeda said firmly, though she was smiling. "One heroic performance per evening, I think." They settled back into calmer carols after that. Lovely Luna, fair and bright, was sung with particular tenderness, Luna herself looking simultaneously embarrassed and pleased. The Wand of You followed, then Whispers in the Wintertime, an old song that Molly's mother used to sing, about magic sleeping beneath the snow and waking with the spring. Between songs, conversations bloomed. Kingsley told stories about Christmases at the ministry, including one memorable year when someone had enchanted the entire atrium to smell like gingerbread, and no amount of counter-charming could remove it. "We worked in gingerbread-scented offices until March," he said. "Drove everyone mad." Hagrid shared tales of Christmases at Hogwarts, his voice going soft when he mentioned Dumbledore, the way the old headmaster used to conjure snow inside the Great Hall just to watch students' faces light up. He loved Christmas, Hagrid said. Said it reminded people what magic was really for, making each other happy. "He would have loved this," Harry said quietly, and several people nodded. Luna, still wearing her spectre specs, kept providing running commentary on what she could see. "There's so much love in this room," she observed at one point. "It looks like golden threads connecting everyone. Some threads are thicker than others. Those are the strongest bonds. But everyone's connected to everyone else somehow. It's beautiful." "What about the present?" Hermione asked, gesturing to the mysterious box, which had remained closed since Arthur opened it during dinner. "Can you see anything around it?" Luna tilted her head, focusing her strange glasses on the silver-wrapped package. "Oh yes, it's like a nexus. All the golden threads pass through it somehow, or maybe they originate from it. It's hard to tell, but it's definitely the heart of something." They all looked at it with renewed curiosity. The present sat innocuously on the side table, giving no indication that it was anything more than a beautifully wrapped box. But the hourglass inside, the one filled with captured moments and golden light, pulsed gently, visible through the translucent wrapping. "I've been thinking about this," Hermione said, in the tone that meant she'd been conducting mental research for hours. "The magic involved is incredibly complex. It's not just about the gifts themselves. Those could be done with relatively simple charms. It's the awareness, the knowing. Each gift was perfect for its recipient, and not just in a general way, specifically, personally perfect." "Powerful magic," Professor Sprout agreed. "The kind that requires intimate knowledge and deep care." "And time," Neville added. "Someone had to prepare all those individual gifts, enchant the box to recognize the right moment for each person, create the hourglass to capture memories. It would take months," Hermione concluded, "maybe longer, and it would require knowing all of us quite well." They turned, as one, to look at Arthur and Molly. Arthur had the grace to look sheepish. Molly was trying very hard to appear innocent and failing spectacularly. "All right," George said, crossing his arms. "Out with it. You made the mystery present, didn't you?" "We might have had something to do with it," Arthur admitted. "Something?" Ron raised an eyebrow. "Dad, this is incredibly advanced magic. This is beyond anything I've ever seen, and I've seen a lot of strange things." "Well," Molly said, setting down her teacup with a decisive clink, "if you must know, we started planning it last January, right after the anniversary." "Of the war ending," Arthur clarified quietly. 7 years. It felt significant, like we'd turned a corner somehow, moved from surviving to actually living, and we wanted to mark it, to create something that would remind everyone what we have, what we've built together. "So we spent the year collecting," Molly continued. "Little things, memories, moments, gifts that meant something. The snow globe for Teddy. We found a memory charm smith in Diagon Alley who could capture images of Remus and Tonks from photographs and preserve memories. It took months to get it right. The notebook for George," Arthur said, glancing at his son. "Fred actually wrote that message years ago, before everything. He gave it to us one Christmas, told us to give it to George if anything ever happened to him. We've been holding on to it, waiting for the right moment." George's hand moved unconsciously to his pocket, where the notebook now rested. His throat worked. He couldn't speak. "Each gift was chosen carefully," Molly said. "Some we made ourselves, some we commissioned. Some we'd been saving for years, waiting for the right time. And the box itself, the enchantment that made it move, and choose and know, that was Arthur's work. With help from Bill for the curse-breaking aspects," Arthur added. "And Charlie consulted on the preservation charms. And Percy did all the mathematical calculations for the timing sequences. And the twins, well, George, provided insight into prank magic applications, which turned out to be surprisingly useful for creating whimsy. So it was a family project," Hermione said softly. "It was always meant to be," Molly confirmed, "because that's what this family does. We work together. We take care of each other. We make magic happen, even when, especially when, it seems impossible." There was a long moment of silence, broken only by the crackling of the fire and the soft sound of someone, possibly Hagrid, sniffling. Then Teddy spoke up, his voice small but clear. What about the hourglass? The one that catches the happy moments? Arthur smiled. That was the final piece. We wanted something that would keep working, keep capturing joy even after tonight, so that every Christmas, every gathering, every time we come together, it adds to the collection. Eventually, we'll have years of moments, decades, a whole lifetime of happiness preserved. It's not about holding on to the past, Molly added. It's about honoring the present, remembering to notice the good things while they're happening. Luna clapped her hands together softly. Oh, that's lovely. That's exactly what magic should do. Help us pay attention to what matters. Here, here, Kingsley agreed, raising his glass in a toast. To Arthur and Molly, who've created something remarkable, and to all of us for being worth the effort. They drank, and the moment settled, warm and perfect, and exactly right. Outside, beyond the Burrow's glowing windows, something was happening. The snow had been falling steadily all evening, but now it began to shift, to move with purpose. Flakes swirled in deliberate patterns, catching the light from the house and reflecting it back in crystalline brilliance. Look, Ginny breathed, pointing toward the window. They crowded around to see. The snow was dancing, there was no other word for it, spiraling in graceful columns, forming temporary sculptures that lasted just long enough to be admired before dissolving and reforming into something new. A phoenix, a dragon, a stag with magnificent antlers, a doe running alongside it. Is someone doing that? Neville asked, looking around for drawn wands. But everyone's hands were empty. The magic was coming from elsewhere, from the Burrow itself perhaps, or from the orchard, or from the very air. Wild magic, responding to the joy inside the house, expressing itself in the only way it knew how. It's beautiful, Audrey whispered, and Percy pulled her close, pressing a kiss to her temple. It's perfect, Harry corrected, his arm around Ginny, watching the snow creatures dance. Everything about tonight is perfect. And standing there, surrounded by family and friends, watching magic manifest itself in beauty for no reason except that it could, everyone had to agree. The candle on the mantelpiece, the one Molly had lit that morning for Fred, burned steady and bright, its flame never flickering despite the occasional draught. And if the light from it seemed to pulse in time with the hourglass's golden glow, well, that was just magic being exactly what it was meant to be. The evening had deepened into that particular quality of time that only existed during perfect gatherings, where minutes stretched like honey, where no one wanted to check their watches, where the outside world ceased to matter entirely. The dancing snow had settled into a gentle, steady fall. Inside, the Burrow hummed with contentment, its crooked walls seeming to lean inward protectively, sheltering everyone within. The fire had been coaxed back to normal orange flames. Ginny had finally admitted that crimson and gold, while festive, were giving people headaches, and its warmth radiated through the room in comfortable waves. They'd moved past carols into something quieter. Conversations had fragmented into smaller groupings, intimate exchanges happening in corners and on sofas. Teddy had finally succumbed to exhaustion, curled up in Andromeda's lap with his snow globe cradled against his chest, his hair a peaceful dove grey that meant deep sleep. It was in this lull, this gentle quieting, that the mystery present made its presence known once more. The silver wrapping began to glow, not dramatically, but with a persistent, gentle insistence. that drew attention the way a whisper could be louder than a shout. One by one, conversations paused. Heads turned. Everyone's focus shifted to the box sitting on the side table, pulsing with warm light. "It's not done," Luna observed, her spectre specs glinting in the firelight. "There's still something it needs to give." Arthur rose slowly, approaching the present with the caution of someone who'd spent a year enchanting it and still wasn't entirely sure what it might do. The hourglass inside was visible now, glowing brighter than before, the captured moments swirling faster within its glass chambers. "I think," he said carefully, "it's ready for the final gift, the one we designed it to give last." "What final gift?" George asked, leaning forward with interest. "We've all received something already." "Not all of you," Molly said softly, her eyes on the present. "Not quite everyone." The box opened itself, no wrapping to remove this time, just a simple, elegant unfurling. Inside was a small object wrapped in tissue paper, and floating above it, visible to everyone now, was a projection of sorts, an image shimmering in the air like a memory given form. It showed the kitchen that morning, Molly standing at her counter, hands in flour, pausing over Fred's favorite mincemeat pie. The moment of silence, of acknowledgement, of love offered to absence. "Oh," Molly breathed, her hand flying to her mouth. But the image didn't stop there. It shifted, showing other moments from throughout the day. George hanging Christmas lights, his hands steady, his face peaceful. Ron and Hermione's kiss under the mistletoe, casual and comfortable and real. Harry's hand moving to his pocket, fingers brushing the ring box he'd been carrying for weeks. Ginny's eyes widening with understanding. Small moments, private moments, but also Hagrid's eyes misting as he entered the burrow. Luna's soft gasp when she put on her spectre specs and saw the threads of love connecting everyone. Teddy clutching his snow globe like a treasure. Audrey's nervous smile transforming into genuine joy as the Weasleys welcomed her. Percy straightening the bow on a present, then re-straightening it, then finally leaving it slightly crooked because perfection wasn't the point. Charlie laughing with his whole body, head thrown back, completely unself-conscious. Bill and Fleur speaking in quiet French, planning their future, secure in their present. Kingsley setting down his minister's demeanor like a heavy coat, becoming just Kingsley. Friend, guest, grateful participant in something warm. Professor Sprout watching her former students, her expression one of profound satisfaction. Andromeda smoothing Teddy's hair, love and loss and resilience, written in every gentle gesture. Each moment was brief but complete, a snapshot of joy or peace or connection. And as they played out in shimmering sequence above the box, the people in the room watched themselves being happy, watched proof that healing was possible, that moving forward didn't mean forgetting, that love persisted even through loss. "This is what the hourglass has been capturing," Arthur explained, his voice thick with emotion. "Every moment today when someone felt genuinely happy, when someone felt safe, when someone felt loved, this is what we wanted to preserve." The images faded, and from the tissue paper, Arthur lifted the final gift. It was a photograph, but not a typical wizarding photograph with moving figures. This one was still frozen in a perfect moment that hadn't happened yet. It showed all of them, exactly as they were right now, gathered in the Burrow's sitting room. Every person present was in the frame, even Teddy sleeping peacefully. The photograph was positioned as if someone had been standing in the doorway, capturing the entire scene. The decorated tree, the glowing fire, the comfortable chaos of people arranged in natural groupings, all of them together. But here was the magic. The photograph was waiting. Its subjects were frozen in position, but the image itself seemed to hold its breath, anticipating. "It'll complete itself at midnight," Molly said softly. "When Christmas officially arrives, and when it does, everyone in this room will be captured exactly as they are in that moment. Whatever they're doing, however they're feeling, it'll preserve this night, this gathering, exactly as it happened. And then," Arthur continued, pulling out a beautiful wooden frame from the box's depths. How had it fit in there? "We'll hang it here, in the Burrow, a reminder of this Christmas. The first one where we truly celebrated. The first one where we chose joy." Hermione was crying openly now, not bothering to hide it. "It's perfect," she managed. "It's absolutely perfect." "It's bloody brilliant is what it is," Ron said, his own voice suspiciously rough. "Mum, Dad, this whole thing, the presents, the enchantments, the hourglass, it's the best magic I've ever seen." "It's love," Luna said simply, taking off her spectre specs and wiping them clean. "Love is always the best magic." George stood up abruptly, crossed to where his parents sat, and pulled them both into a fierce embrace. "Thank you," he said into his mother's shoulder. For all of it. For the notebook. For remembering Fred. For not letting us forget, but also not letting us stay stuck. For this." He pulled back, his eyes bright but clear. "You're brilliant, both of you. Absolutely brilliant." Others joined in, a mass migration toward Arthur and Molly, everyone wanting to express gratitude, to offer embraces, to be part of the moment. Even Kingsley, dignified minister of magic, found himself swept up in the Weasley family's particular brand of enthusiastic affection. When everyone finally settled again, spreading back out to their various positions, there was a new energy in the room. Not excitement exactly, but something deeper. Recognition, perhaps. Understanding of what had been given, what had been created, what this night truly meant. "I have something to add," Percy said suddenly, standing with careful formality that didn't quite hide his nervousness. If that's all right." "Of course, dear," Molly said, still dabbing at her eyes with a handkerchief that Hagrid had provided, and which was roughly the size of a small tablecloth. Percy reached into his robes and pulled out a small scroll, tied with ribbon. "I've been carrying this for weeks, trying to find the right moment, and I think this might be it." He unrolled the scroll, cleared his throat, and began to read. "I, Percy Ignatius Weasley, being of sound mind and questionable judgment, do hereby acknowledge the following truths. First, that I was an insufferable git for approximately 7 years. Second, that my family loved me anyway. Third, that I don't deserve their forgiveness, but am grateful beyond measure that they've given it. And fourth," his voice cracked slightly, "that family isn't about being perfect. It's about showing up, about choosing each other again and again, even when it's hard, especially when it's hard." He looked up from the scroll directly at his parents. "I'm sorry it took me so long to understand that. I'm sorry I missed so many Christmases, so many moments because I was too proud and too stupid to see what mattered. But I'm here now. And if you'll have me, truly have me, not just tolerate me, I'd like to be part of this, part of the family. part of the magic you create. Audrey, sitting beside where Percy stood, reached up and took his hand. He practiced that speech 17 times, she said conversationally. I counted. Audrey, I'm just saying you were very committed to getting it right. It's endearing. The tension broke. Molly launched herself at Percy, pulling him into an embrace that looked almost violent in its intensity. You silly boy, she said, half laughing, half crying. You've always been part of this family, always, even when you were being an insufferable git. Especially when you were being an insufferable git, George added. That's peak Weasley behavior, actually. We're all insufferable in our own special ways. Speak for yourself, Ginny said primly, then ruined it by adding, I'm delightful. You're terrifying, Ron countered. There's a difference. Terrifically delightful then. Percy, still caught in Molly's embrace, was laughing now, actually laughing, the kind of free, unself-conscious sound that he hadn't made in years. When Molly finally released him, Arthur took his turn, gripping his son's shoulder with quiet intensity. Welcome home, Percy, he said simply, and those 3 words carried more weight than any speech could have. The scroll that Percy had been holding fluttered to the ground. As it did, words began appearing on its surface, the same elegant script that had been on all the presents tags. They formed a simple message. Well done, Percy. You're learning. Love never requires perfection, only presence. Did you enchant that? Percy asked his parents, staring at the scroll. Arthur shook his head slowly. No, that's not our magic. They all looked at the hourglass, still glowing in its open box, still capturing moments in its golden light. And then they looked at the burrow itself, at the walls that had stood through wars and peace, through loss and celebration, through generations of Weasleys learning and loving and living. The house, Hermione breathed. The burrow itself. It's been adding to the enchantment, hasn't it? Taking what you created, Arthur, and making it more, making it aware. Houses can do that, Luna said, nodding wisely, especially houses that have held a lot of love. They absorb it, store it, and sometimes, when the moment's right, they give it back. So the burrow's been enchanting the present alongside us, Arthur said slowly, working it through. Using our magic as a foundation, but adding its own personality, its own care. That's why each gift was so perfectly suited, Molly realized. We provided the objects, the intentions, but the burrow knew, really knew, when each person needed what they needed. It's been paying attention all along. A creak sounded from somewhere in the walls, not threatening, but almost pleased, like a house settling into satisfaction. Well, George said after a moment, that's either the most beautiful thing I've ever heard or the most disturbing. Haven't decided which. Can't it be both? Neville suggested. Knowing this family, absolutely. The laughter that followed was warm and genuine, the kind that came from being simultaneously moved and amused, from finding magic in unexpected places, from being part of something larger than themselves. Bill stood up, stretching. I think, he said, that we should take advantage of this perfect snow before midnight comes. Who's up for a walk in the orchard? It's freezing out there, Ron pointed out. It's also beautiful, Fleur countered. And how often do we get snow like this? Come, we walk, we see the stars, we make the footprints in perfect white. It will be lovely. Warming charms exist for a reason, Charlie agreed. already heading for his coat. "Come on, Ron, don't be soft." "I'm not soft. I'm sensible. There's a difference." "You're coming anyway," Hermione said, standing and pulling him up by the hand. "Bill's right. This is too perfect to waste." One by one, they bundled up, scarves and coats and gloves appearing from various corners of the burrow, some matching, most not, all adequate. Even Professor Sprout joined them, proclaiming that her greenhouse work had made her impervious to cold. Teddy was carefully transferred to the sofa, still sleeping peacefully, with Molly staying behind to watch over him. "I'll join you in a bit," she promised. "Someone needs to keep the fire going, make sure he doesn't wake up alone." They stepped out into the night, and oh, it was glorious. The snow had transformed the orchard into something from a fairy tale. Every branch bore a perfect coating of white. The fairy lights strung through the garden cast pools of golden warmth across the pristine surface. Above, the sky had cleared just enough to reveal stars, thousands of them, brilliant and cold and beautiful. The apple trees stood in their neat rows, ancient and patient, their gnarled trunks dark against the white ground. Tomorrow, Arthur had claimed, they'd produce fresh cider. Tonight, they simply stood witness, holding space for this gathering of humans who'd survived and grown and chosen to keep loving. "It's like the world's holding its breath," Ginny said softly, her hand in Harry's. "Waiting for something," Harry agreed. "Something important." They walked slowly, leaving footprints in the untouched snow, their breath forming clouds in the cold air. Conversations happened in murmurs, respectful of the quiet, unwilling to shatter the peace. George found himself walking beside Andromeda, the two of them slightly apart from the main group. "Thank you," she said after a moment, "for including us tonight, for making Teddy feel so welcome. He doesn't have many connections to his parents' world. This means everything." "His family," George said simply. "That's not complicated, isn't it? You lost Fred. I lost my daughter and son-in-law. It would have been easy to turn inward, to close off, to say the pain was too much. We tried that," George admitted. "At least I did, for a while. But it turns out you can't actually outrun grief. You can only walk alongside it, let it change shape, learn to carry it differently." "And tonight? How does it feel tonight?" George considered, looking up at the stars. "Lighter," he said finally. "Not gone. It'll never be gone. But lighter. Like Fred would want me to enjoy this. Like he'd be annoyed if I didn't." Andromeda smiled. Tonks would feel the same way. She'd want Teddy to have nights like this, full of magic and family and joy. She'd want him to know he comes from love, even though she can't be here to show him directly. "He does know," George assured her. "You can see it in him, the way he lights up, the way he trusts people, the way he's so unafraid of showing emotion. That's not just genetics. That's being raised right. That's you." She blinked rapidly, not quite hiding tears. "Thank you for saying that." They stood together in comfortable silence, watching the others ahead of them make snow angels, or in Hagrid's case, massive snow impressions that looked less like angels and more like small craters. Above them, the stars wheeled slowly. Inside the burrow, Molly sat by the fire, watching Teddy sleep and feeling the house hum contentedly around her. And everywhere, in the snow, in the air, in the spaces between heartbeats, magic lingered, the kind of magic that didn't require wands or incantations, the kind that only required showing up, being present, and choosing love, again and again and again. They returned from the orchard, dusted with snow and glowing with cold, cheeks pink and fingers tingling despite the warming charms. The contrast between the crisp winter air and the Burrow's cozy warmth was delicious, the kind of sensory shift that made both temperatures feel more intense, more perfect, more exactly right. Molly had conjured hot chocolate while they were outside, and mugs appeared in everyone's hands almost before they'd finished removing their coats. The chocolate was thick and rich, topped with cream that threatened to spill over the rims, and flavored with something that tasted like cinnamon and contentment. "Mum, this is dangerous," Ron said, already halfway through his first mug and eyeing a second. "I could drink this forever." "Then you'd never sleep," Hermione pointed out, but she was nursing her own mug with obvious pleasure. "Who needs sleep when you have chocolate?" "Everyone, Ronald. Everyone needs sleep. It's basic human biology." "I'm willing to test that hypothesis." Teddy had woken up during their absence, and now he was vibrating with renewed energy, his hair cycling through colors so fast it was almost making people dizzy. The snow globe sat safely on the mantelpiece. Molly had moved it there for safekeeping, and Teddy kept glancing at it as if to reassure himself it was real, that his parents' images were still there, still waving. "What time is it?" Ginny asked, checking the ornate clock on the wall. Not the family clock with its location-tracking hands, but the regular one that actually told time. "1:45, Arthur announced. 15 minutes until Christmas officially arrives, and until our photograph completes itself." Everyone glanced at the waiting photograph in its beautiful frame, propped up on the side table next to the hourglass. The image was clearer now than it had been earlier, the details more defined, but it was still frozen in anticipation, waiting for midnight, waiting for the moment when it would capture them all exactly as they were. "Should we do something?" Percy asked. "Pose, perhaps. Make sure we look presentable." "Absolutely not," George said firmly. "The whole point is capturing us as we actually are. If you're fixing your collar at midnight, that's what should be preserved." "But what if I'm mid-blink?" "Then you'll be immortalized mid-blink. Future generations will look at this photograph and say, 'There's Great Uncle Percy, blinking awkwardly. How very like him.' That's not comforting." "It's not meant to be comforting. It's meant to be honest." Audrey patted Percy's arm. "I think you look fine, very dignified, even when you blink." "See?" George grinned. "She's a keeper, Percy. Don't mess this up." The next few minutes passed in comfortable anticipation. People arranged themselves naturally, not posing, but settling into the positions that felt right. The sofas filled, the armchairs were claimed. Some people sat on the floor, others perched on chair arms. Teddy climbed into Andromeda's lap, his previous energy settling into sleepy contentment. Luna had put her Spectre specs back on, claiming she wanted to see the magical moment properly. Neville sat beside her, their shoulders touching in that casual way that spoke of years of friendship. Hermione was tucked under Ron's arm, her head on his shoulder. Bill and Fleur occupied the love seat, speaking softly in French. Charlie sprawled in an armchair, looking completely relaxed for possibly the first time all evening. George had positioned himself near the tree, one hand resting on a low branch, his expression peaceful. Percy and Audrey shared the other end of the sofa from Ron and Hermione, their hands linked. Kingsley stood near the mantelpiece with a glass of wine, looking less like a minister and more like a man grateful to be included. Professor Sprout had claimed the rocking chair, her round face creased with contentment. Hagrid, too large for any of the furniture, sat on the floor near the fire, looking perfectly happy. Harry and Ginny stood together by the window, Harry's arms around her from behind, both of them looking out at the snow-covered garden. And Arthur and Molly, stood in the doorway between the kitchen and the sitting room, exactly where George had hung the first strand of fairy lights that morning. They weren't at the center of the photograph's composition, but somehow they anchored it. Their presence, their partnership, the way they stood together after 41 years of marriage and 7 children, and a war and more joy and grief than most people experienced in 3 lifetimes. That was the foundation everything else was built on. 5 minutes, Arthur said softly, checking his pocket watch. I think we should do something, Ginny announced suddenly. Not pose, George is right about that, but something. A toast maybe, or a final carol, something to mark the moment. A countdown, Teddy suggested hopefully. His experience with New Year's Eve had taught him that countdowns were exciting. That's for New Year's, sweetheart, Andromeda said gently. Christmas is quieter. Well, it doesn't have to be, Luna said thoughtfully. We could make our own tradition. Something specifically for midnight on Christmas Eve. Something that's just ours. Like what? Ron asked. Luna considered, her spectre specs glinting. We could each say one thing we're grateful for, one thing from this year that we want to carry forward into the next. That's lovely, Hermione said immediately. Can we? Is there time? Arthur checked his watch. 4 minutes. If we keep it brief, yes. I'll start, Molly said, her voice firm despite the tears that threatened at the corners of her eyes. I'm grateful that we're all here, that we've made it through another year, that we've grown and healed and found our way back to joy, that this house is full of noise and love and life. That's what I want to carry forward, the fullness, the abundance, the knowledge that we have enough. We are enough. We've always been enough. The words settled over them like a blessing. Arthur squeezed her hand and took his turn. I'm grateful for second chances, for the opportunity to rebuild, to watch our children become remarkable adults, to see them find love and purpose and peace. I want to carry forward the hope that tomorrow can be better than today, and that we have the power to make it so. They went around the room, each person offering their gratitude like a gift. Bill spoke of family and the home he'd built with Fleur, of bridge building between worlds and cultures. Fleur added her thanks for being welcomed, for finding belonging in a place so different from where she'd started. Charlie was grateful for dragons and the work he loved, for siblings who forgave his long absences, for always having somewhere to return to. Percy, his voice steadier now, thanked them for patience and forgiveness, for letting him find his way back. George's gratitude was simple but profound, for learning that joy and grief can coexist, for discovering that moving forward doesn't mean leaving behind, for Fred's notebook and the permission to keep creating. Ron spoke of partnership and the family he was building with Hermione, of friendships that had survived impossible odds. Hermione added her thanks for chosen family, for being accepted completely, magic and muggle-born heritage, and bookish tendencies and all. Ginny was grateful for strength, her own and others, and for love that persisted through everything. Harry, his voice quiet but clear, gave thanks for home. Just that, home. Luna appreciated the spectre specs and the ability to see love made visible, to witness magic in its truest form. Neville added gratitude for growth, for becoming someone he could be proud of, for friends who'd helped him get there. Professor Sprout thanked them for letting her be part of this, for including a retired teacher in their family celebration. Kingsley spoke of the privilege of leadership, but also the necessity of moments like these, reminders of what he was working to protect. Hagrid's gratitude came through tears, for watching the children he'd helped protect grow into adults, for being remembered and included, for love that transcended species and size and all the ways people could be different. Andromeda held Teddy close as she spoke of resilience, of her grandson's joy teaching her to live again. And Teddy, when it was his turn, simply said, "I'm grateful for everyone here, and for my mum and dad, who I can't see but who I know loved me. And for chocolate. The chocolate tonight was really good." Laughter rippled through the room, warm and genuine. Audrey, the newest addition, the one who hadn't been sure she'd be welcome, spoke last. "I'm grateful for being invited into something so beautiful, for Percy taking a chance on someone who didn't understand magic but is learning to see it everywhere, for all of you making space for one more person at your table. There's always room," Molly said firmly. "Always. That's—" Arthur's pocket watch chimed softly. Midnight. The hourglass on the side table flared brilliant gold. The photograph in its frame shimmered, and suddenly, there they were, frozen in that exact moment, mid-sentence and mid-laugh and mid-everything. Molly with her hand out, gesturing. Arthur checking his watch. Every person captured exactly as they'd been, unposed and real, and absolutely perfect. But more than that, the photograph was alive in a way wizarding photographs usually were. The figures moved slightly, breathing, shifting position, but they also radiated something, warmth, contentment, love made visible. Just as Luna had described seeing through her spectre specs, the photograph showed threads of gold connecting everyone, a web of affection and belonging that made the image glow from within. "Oh," Hermione breathed. "Oh, it's extraordinary." The hourglass pulsed once more, and they realized it had captured this moment too. The gratitude circle, the midnight chime, the completion of the photograph. All of it, preserved in golden light, added to the collection of perfect moments. "Well," George said after a long pause, "I'd say we've successfully completed Christmas. We can all go home now." "Or," Ron countered, "we could do fireworks, because I believe someone promised fireworks." "Did I?" George asked innocently. "I don't recall promising fireworks. Do you recall me promising fireworks, Charlie?" "I recall you strongly implying fireworks," Charlie said. "And I may have brought some supplies from Romania. Dragon-scale fireworks burn hotter and brighter than regular ones." "Dragon-scale fireworks," Hermione repeated. "That sounds safe and not at all likely to set something on fire." "Oh, they'll definitely set things on fire," Charlie assured her. "That's half the fun." "All of the fun," George corrected. "That's all of the fun." "Absolutely not in the orchard," Molly said firmly. "Arthur worked too hard on those trees. Take it to the field beyond the garden. And for Merlin's sake, keep the warming charms up. I won't have anyone getting frostbite for the sake of pyrotechnics." "Your concern is touching, Mum. My concern is pragmatic. Frostbite is difficult to treat, and I'd like to end Christmas without a trip to St. Mungo's." They bundled up again, coats and scarves reclaimed, warming charms refreshed. This time, Molly joined them, bringing Teddy, who was suddenly wide awake again at the promise of fireworks. The entire group trooped out into the snow, across the garden, past the orchard, to the open field where the snow lay pristine and untouched. The night was perfect for it. The sky had cleared completely now, stars blazing in their thousands, the moon a bright crescent hanging low on the horizon. The snow reflected everything, making the darkness less dark, the world luminous. George and Charlie worked together, drawing elaborate patterns in the snow with their wands, laying down the complex magical infrastructure that would support their display. Ron helped, mostly by holding things and trying not to accidentally trigger anything prematurely. "Remember the time you set off those filibuster fireworks inside the house?" Percy asked George, watching them work. "Which time?" George replied, without looking up. "There were several incidents. The one where Mum banned you from fireworks for a year." "Oh, that narrows it down. Not at all. He was banned for a year at least 3 separate times," Ginny added helpfully. 4 if you count the joint ban with Fred." "Which you should," Ron said. "That was the most spectacular one. Took 3 days to get all the sparkles out of the furniture." "Worth it," George said firmly. "Absolutely worth it." Fred agreed, even while Mum was yelling. The memory settled gently, not painful, just present. Fred would have loved this, would have been right here, wand out, arguing with George about the optimal trajectory for the phoenix-shaped rocket they were preparing. "Right," Charlie announced, stepping back from their work. "I think we're ready. Everyone might want to step back a bit. Maybe a lot back. Definitely back." They retreated to a safe distance, though what constituted safe with dragon-scale fireworks was debatable. Teddy was practically vibrating again, held firmly in Andromeda's arms so he wouldn't accidentally run toward the pretty lights. George and Charlie stood together, wands raised, twin grins on their faces. "On 3, Charlie suggested. "On 3. 1, 2, 3. They cast together, and the field erupted into magic. The first firework shot upward with a sound like a dragon's roar, because of course it did. This was Charlie's contribution. It exploded into a massive phoenix, wings spread wide, feathers made of flame that shifted from red to gold to white. The phoenix circled once, crying out with a sound that was somehow both mournful and joyful, before bursting into a shower of sparks that drifted down like falling stars. The second was a dragon, a Hungarian horntail, specifically, rendered in perfect detail in green and bronze flames. It swooped and soared, breathing fire across the sky, before dissolving into spirals of light. Then came creatures rapid fire, a stag with magnificent antlers, leaping across the stars, a doe running beside it, graceful and swift, a wolf howling at the moon, a hippogriff in flight, each one beautifully rendered, each one lasting just long enough to be appreciated before transforming into something new. Those are, Harry's voice caught, the stag, the doe, Prongs and Lily, his parents' Patronuses, recreated in fire and magic and love. Ginny's hand found his, squeezed tight. More fireworks followed, faster now, building to a crescendo. Gryffindor lions roaring, Hufflepuff badgers trundling across the sky, Ravenclaw eagles soaring, Slytherin serpents coiling and striking, the 4 founders' creatures, all together, all equal, all beautiful. Teddy shrieked with delight, his hair flashing through every color in rapid succession, trying to match the fireworks and nearly succeeding. The finale was extraordinary. Every firework they'd launched reformed simultaneously, all the creatures appearing together in a massive aerial display. Phoenix and dragon and stag and doe and wolf and hippogriff and all 4 house animals circling each other in an intricate dance, weaving between and around each other in patterns that shouldn't have been possible but were. And then, as they watched, the creatures began to spiral together, merging and combining until they formed something new. A massive tree, branches spreading across the sky, each branch ending in a burst of golden light. A family tree, perhaps, or the tree of life, or just a tree, beautiful and impossible, existing because magic said it could. The tree bloomed, flowers of fire opening along every branch, and then, gently, gracefully, it dissolved into snow. Not ash, not sparks, but actual snow. Soft white flakes that drifted down onto the field, onto their upturned faces, onto the world itself. The snow fell and fell, mixing with the natural snowfall, until it was impossible to tell which was magic and which was weather. Until it didn't matter. Until it was all just snow falling on Christmas morning, covering the world in white. Silence held for a long moment. Then Teddy started clapping, his small hands making enthusiastic, if not particularly loud sounds, and everyone else joined in. Applause rippled across the field, accompanied by cheers and whistles, and at least one person, possibly Hagrid, openly weeping. That was... Hermione started, then stopped. I don't have words. That was beyond words. That was Fred, George said quietly. Charlie and I have been planning it for months, but the tree was Fred's design, from years ago. He never got to see it executed, so we did it for him. The words hung in the cold air, visible as breath clouds. He would have loved it, Ron said fiercely. He would have absolutely loved it. He did love it, Luna corrected gently, her spectre-spec still on, seeing things the rest of them couldn't. He's here. Not physically, but the love he left behind, the magic he created, the joy he chose to put into the world. That doesn't just disappear. It stays. It transforms into things like this, like fireworks that make people cry happy tears, like notebooks that give permission to keep creating, like memories that help instead of hurt. She spoke with such certainty that no one questioned it. They just stood there, in the falling snow, under the stars, and let themselves believe. Slowly, in ones and twos, they began drifting back toward the Burrow. The house glowed in the distance, every window bright, smoke curling from the chimney. Home, waiting for them. As they walked, Harry pulled Ginny aside, his hand in his pocket again. Ginny, he said, his voice low but clear. I've been carrying this for weeks, months actually, waiting for the right moment. And I think this is it. He pulled out a small box, opened it. Inside was a ring, simple, elegant, a single stone that caught the moonlight and held it. I know we're young, Harry continued, the words coming faster now. I know there's no rush, but I also know that I want to spend my life with you. I want this. He gestured back toward the Burrow, toward the assembled family, toward everything the night had contained. With you, always. So, Ginny Weasley, will you... Yes, Ginny interrupted, laughing and crying at once. Yes, obviously, yes, you ridiculous man. Did you think I'd say anything else? Harry grinned, slipped the ring onto her finger, and kissed her as snow fell around them and fireworks Smaller ones, conjured by who knows who, burst overhead in celebration. When they returned to the group, hand in hand, Ginny's left hand conspicuously adorned, Molly took one look and burst into fresh tears. "Oh," she cried. "Oh, you, Harry, you. Oh, this is wonderful. Arthur, they're engaged." "I can see that, dear. Congratulations, both of you." More hugs, more tears, more congratulations. Ron pretended to be shocked. My baby sister getting married, until Hermione elbowed him and reminded him that Ginny was 24 and hardly a baby. Percy gave his formal blessing with surprising emotion. George pulled Harry aside for a brief, intense conversation that ended with both of them grinning. By the time they all made it back inside the Burrow, it was nearly 1 in the morning. Christmas Day, officially. The photograph on the side table had updated itself somehow, now showing Ginny's ring prominently, the engagement incorporated into the preserved moment. "The house knew?" Hermione said wonderingly. "It knew Harry was going to propose. That's why it waited until after midnight. It wanted to capture everything." "Smart house," Arthur said fondly, patting the wall. The Burrow creaked contentedly in response. They settled one more time, exhaustion finally catching up with everyone. The fire had burned down to coals, but Molly built it back up with a wave of her wand. Fresh tea appeared, chamomile this time, soothing and gentle. Teddy had fallen asleep again, his head on Andromeda's shoulder, one hand still clutching his snow globe. "I suppose people will want to head home soon," Molly said, though she didn't sound happy about it. "It's late, and you all have your own beds." "Actually," Bill interrupted, "Fleur and I were planning to stay in my old room, if that's all right. We don't have anywhere to be tomorrow." "We're staying too," Ron added. "Hermione and I already claimed Percy's old room." "I've got Charlie's room," Ginny said. "Harry's taking the sofa." "Like hell I am," Harry laughed. "I'm going back to Grimmauld Place like a respectful fiancé who doesn't want his future mother-in-law to hex him." "Wise choice," Molly approved. One by one, they made their plans. Some would stay. There was always room in the Burrow somehow. Others would depart for their own homes, for their own beds, carrying the night with them like a candle to light the darkness. Kingsley was the first to leave, via Port Key, with promises to see everyone soon. Professor Sprout followed, using the flu and disappearing in a flash of green flames with a final wave. Hagrid departed with his characteristic lack of grace, knocking over only 2 chairs and 1 small table in his exit, which everyone agreed was actually quite good for him. Andromeda gathered Teddy, who barely stirred, and prepared to apparate home. Before she left, she paused by the mantelpiece, looking at the snow globe sitting there. "Thank you," she said to Molly, to Arthur, to the room itself, "for giving him this, for giving us both this." "Your family," Molly said simply. "This is what family does." Percy and Audrey left together, Percy's arm around her shoulders, her head leaning against him. Neville departed with promises to have everyone over to his place for New Year's. Luna drifted out into the night, apparently having decided to walk home despite the snow and the distance and the complete impracticality of it. "Should we stop her?" Ron asked, watching her go. "She'll be fine," Hermione said, confidently. Luna's always fine. Eventually, the Burrow settled into quieter occupancy. The staying family members claimed their rooms, the house expanding and adjusting to accommodate everyone. Arthur and Molly stood in their kitchen one more time, looking at the evidence of the feast: clean dishes stacked neatly, leftover food stored away, everything in its place. "We did it," Molly said softly. "We gave them a perfect Christmas." "You did it," Arthur corrected. "I just helped." "We did it together," Molly insisted, "like we always do, like we always will." They climbed the stairs to their own room, the burrow settling around them with creaks and sighs that sounded almost like contentment. In the sitting room, the hourglass glowed softly on the side table, full of captured joy, full of preserved moments, full of proof that magic, real magic, existed. The photograph in its frame showed everyone as they'd been at midnight, together, happy, home. And on the mantelpiece, Fred's candle still burned, its flame steady and warm and permanent. Outside, snow continued to fall. The orchard trees stood patient and ancient, their branches heavy with white. The field where the fireworks had bloomed showed footprints and scorch marks and evidence of magic, all slowly being covered by fresh snow. And inside the burrow, crooked, magical, impossible, beloved, a family slept. They slept deeply and well, the kind of sleep that comes after genuine joy, after full bellies and fuller hearts, after a day so perfect it seemed impossible but had happened anyway. They slept knowing they were loved, knowing they were safe, knowing that tomorrow would bring presents and chaos, and probably at least one minor disaster, and that it would all be wonderful. They slept in a house that had stood through wars and peace, through loss and celebration, through generations of love, a house that knew every person within its walls and held them gently, protectively, the way homes were meant to. And as they slept, the burrow kept watch. The clock ticked steadily, all its hands pointing to home. The fire burned low, but never went out. The snow fell softly outside, covering the world in white. Magic hummed in the walls, not the dramatic kind that required wands and incantations, but the quiet kind that lived in chosen love and shared joy, and the simple act of gathering together, the kind of magic that made life worth living, the kind that helped people sleep, the kind that, in the end, was the only kind that really mattered.